Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. 30 minutes until post time for race 1. We have no program changes to offer at this time. 1 through race 11, no changes. It's 0 degrees Celsius. Beautiful day for harness racing and opening night. It's a wind of 15 kilometers per hour. The humidity is 12%. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. In just a few moments, we're going to join Robbie Robinson and Melissa Keith for the handicapping show. Tonight will be Melissa's debut here at Rideau Carleton. This will be my swan song. That's John McMillan, long-time track announcer. I'm handing it over after the first race, so I'm pleased that you have allowed me to get this one last call in at Rideau Carleton. We're welcoming Melissa. She's a huge player here in Ontario and other parts of Canada, and we really welcome her at Rideau Carleton in the upcoming years.
welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway opening night of the 2024 meet. I'm Melissa Keith. We've got 11 great races ahead and some guests here for the pregame show, both of whom are very familiar.
I'm John McMillan.
I'm Robbie Robinson.
So we're going to get right into the program and take a look at race 1. And this one is a field of 6. And on the less experienced side of the horses, I'm a fan of a horse of yours here, John, that you train, Full Speed Steve. I think he gets this done. He was a 9-2 Rideau winner from the same post last June.
Yeah, this one has been a long time coming. A couple good qualifiers, and I think he's in the mix here.
Good company.
Yeah, I like him too. My stable neighbor, Jeff Taylor, qualified me twice, and he was impressed with him both times. And he's in against a couple of professional maidens in here, so I can't have a lot of confidence in them to try to win. Maybe they could be second or third, but I also like number 4, Battle of York. He did win a race last year, got disqualified on what I thought was maybe a little bit of a questionable call, but that horse could have a shot too.
So we're kind of in consensus there, and it was great to see Jeff Taylor driving actually in those qualifiers, which you called.
He was impressive.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Will we see him as a pari-mutuel driver soon?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure, but
maybe
he's
we'll
very
have to ask him. That's a good thing. And looking at race 2, we were speaking about a royally bred colt who's in this field, and also one that you know well, Matt's Bank, related to.
Yeah, Dylan's Bank. I actually started him off in his career, and Darcy Clancy has been doing a wonderful job, and it's going to keep it going tonight.
Yeah, the full brother to Dylan's Bank, who's done wonderfully at this track, and that's who I like to win here, Matt's Bank. Do you have other thoughts? Or?
No, he was very impressive in his qualifier, a big back half, 57 and change. Maybe for second, I like Illicit Affair out of the Ted McDonald stable. They paid pretty good money for him. He was immature last year, and he won a nice qualifier, and I'm pretty sure they've trained him much more than what he's qualified.
Yeah, that's always something that you can't see on the printed page, but horsemen like you can always fill us in on that angle. So might be worth boxing that exactor in race 2. And we're looking ahead in the program, race 3. This one actually has the horse I consider my best bet. It's the 3 Winsun Diego. He was called a late bloomer when he sold for $21,000 online with Preferred Equine recently. And he just qualified quite impressively, I thought, here on March 16th.
Yeah, I'm going to have to defer for your opinion here. I don't have a lot of information on this one.
Oh, but you were here, though, and saw the qualifier.
For sure. Yep.
What did you think? I mean, he didn't win, but I thought he was coming on quite well there.
For sure, and that's a good stable.
Any thoughts on that one?
I have to agree with this horse. He looks all alone in here. I like the 4 and the 1. The 1 qualified smartly for Drew Smythe a couple times. It was coming home good. So those are the 2 horses I like behind the 3.
Yeah, looks good to me too. I should mention that in the qualifiers on March 16th, that was the fastest closing quarter of the day, the 27-4 paced by Winsun Diego. So something to take note of. And race 4, I found this one a lot tougher, but Robbie, you said that the chairman, you had some information to share.
Yeah, the chairman, this is my best bet. I know this horse well. I've won with him twice in 53. He's like, there's no real early speed in here, and Guy Gagnon is the horse for him. He'll get on the front end freewheeling, and when he's on the front end freewheeling, he can pace a mile like a good horse.
He loves Guy Gagnon for some reason. He always improves for him. They have a great record together, and you as well, but something about Guy and him.
Yeah, you just have to be in the right class, and if he's in the right class and you put him on the front end, game over.
That's the magic. You become Guy Gagnon, or the horse decides to race himself at that point. Looking at race 5 here, coming up in the program, and this one, Extra Cheese, looks very strong to me, but Extra Cheese is a new stablemate in the Mandy Archer barn there, and that's Pop the Bubbly from Post 4. Both of them look like top 3 material.
I'll go with Robbie's opinions.
Extra Cheese is qualifier, 55 flat here, last quarter in 28-2. I'll take that over the 54 mile in Woodbine any day. So yeah. I like 3, 4, 5 in here.
Perhaps the one as well.
I have that one for second, Moonlight Boy. Yeah, that one did really well in the qualifier too. I think it doesn't show on the page in the last qualifier, but the one before that, or I'm looking at the wrong horse, sorry. That one's coming in from London, Moonlight Boy, and put in steps, but that's a case of post relief here, I think,
Right.
and the driver may also affect things. So definitely a change there, coming back to Rideau Carleton. And race 6, we're to the full brother, Dylan Spank.
Yes, I think he's in a good spot. He's added Lasix for this outing, and I think that should help him a lot.
Help his breathing, help him.
Yeah, overall, he's going to be a better horse on Lasix.
And you feel pretty confident about him here? He's my top pick.
It's a class drop, in my opinion, and good post position. Jimmy Gagnon will be aggressive.
Yeah, it seems that way. He gets along with them well. What do you think here?
Yeah, I like Dylan's Bank, and I like John's other horse for second or third, Raise Credit, and the Stefan Pouliot horse, Going Yard. It's his first start in, I guess, over a month, but I like him. I'm skeptical of the Jamie Copley, Mandy Archer horse in here. I drove him once out of the 9 hole, and he was completely retarded. They caused a recall. I had to yell at the guys to get off the gate because he was just going to pile over the horses. So, but if he can control them, he'd be all right. But
Well, I can mention that horse has a history of not enjoying that trailing spot, and I think Silverado's got a good shot here too. He's got some class relief and is underestimated a lot. He never takes much money, but he had a good season last year, and he's a gutsy old horse. So the 13-year-old, don't count him out. Moving on to race 7, and this one, I like the Torch quite a bit here, but I found this a tough race. Speaker Nancy from the rail is good, and Viper coming in as well.
Yeah, I like the Torch. He looks alone in here. Since Marc-Andre Semino's got this horse, he's just been on fire, and I don't think he's been worse than second.
No.
And,
Correct.
Speaker Nancy does have the class, and Viper looks like a nice horse. I think those are the 3 horses in there, but I think like the Torches.
At a short number.
Yeah.
And you have better style in here.
He's a newcomer to
Yeah.
me. I don't know him very well at all. Raced well for Joe Pereira, and we'll see.
And comes in from the half-mile track. So a bit of a work in progress, or we'll find out tonight
For
how he
sure.
likes it here. Race 8, and we're with the Trotters here. And I think despite post 8, 7 iron, he was my best bet on closing night. He couldn't quite reel in the winner, but he got up for place, and I like him here despite that post.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on this one. Number 1, Meadow Branch Noble, Guy Gagnon, Mandy Archer. So I think that is a key combination there. And as well, number 2, The Magic of Life with the Rocket.
Well, yes, I think you're rather biased here, perhaps.
Listen, if he had 2 or 3 starts
Yeah.
under his belt, I would say he's going to be the best in there. But his last 2 starts, he made breaks, and it wasn't his fault. It was the track. We were on heavy tracks, and this last start, he was going to land in the 2 hole, and I'm just sitting there, I go, this is great. And then all of a sudden, he goes on the run. But he qualified well. Like, he's a horse with his issues, but so you only just want to qualify him. You don't want to
Ask him for
you
too
don't need to
much.
impress anybody.
No, you don't. There's no
right?
purse involved.
But he got home real strong. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he hits the board in here, and if he wins, well,
So much the better.
It'd be a lot better, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, that one, we've got divided opinions, but how about race 9? The light speed is back, and there's a new challenger who really impressed, nearly distanced the field in his qualifier, PL Aussie. What's your
That's a
take?
tough one.
Yeah.
5 or the 6. The others are racing for second, or as far as I'm.
Yeah, as far as you're concerned,
right.
that's how it is, 5 or 6.
Last year, PL Aussie raced 1 start here, and I think he was in with the light speed, and he just jogged. But I'm a big light speed fan. That horse is just an amazing horse, and he's got a tremendous will to win at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Horses for courses.
Yeah.
How many can Gagnon win tonight?
There's a question.
I think he's
5?
he's
Half the card? 6?
I think he could.
Yeah, I
He's
think
back
so.
on home turf, and he's going to want to prove his point. And he's got the light speed here. Was he a 3-time horse of the year?
Yes, indeed.
And it's all I see is these 2 horses in here, so it's just going to be. I'm looking forward to this race.
Me too. And then the late double. Let's quickly look at race 10 and 11. And I think Real Ruby's at play is honestly in a situation where he could get the win here. He doesn't win all the time, but he's often in the mix and he often brings a price.
Yeah, Ruby's a nice horse, and Jason and Louie are good friends of mine. The only thing with this horse, he doesn't get himself positioned well. He's not a great lever, and he has to come out. Mm-hmm. He has to come out early, and he's going to be out a long way. So
Who would you go with?
I like Guy's horse in here, qualified well. Maybe the 2 and 3 behind him. Ruby could be in there. He's a good little horse, so those are the ones I like, though.
You think this one's wide open too, race 10?
Very wide open. Wouldn't cut in line to bet on this race.
It's a tough one, but you might want to have a lot of horses in that first
sure.
leg of the late double. And then in the last race, I think Sonny Bowe's got a very strong chance here from post 4. And he hasn't raced or qualified since his front-end win in the second quickest of the Rideau qualifiers, where it's shown on the page here back on February 28th. So looked good on that occasion.
I cheer for one in there.
Who's that?
The 3, Always Your Way for Jamie Johnson. He's a good horse and a good trainer.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I like Sonny Bowe. I like Flash to the finish. He's a free-legged horse. He's a first start for the Archer Copley combination.
That's often a good
The
angle.
1 horse qualified really well. And I like the horse I'm driving. He qualified really well. He got home real strong. And
EL Wild Sport.
yeah, I've known Bill and Brian Gibson probably most of my life. Their father was the one that started Frontenac Downs, Bud Gibson.
Wow.
And they snuck me into Connaught Park when I was 9 years old. They took me down. So I used to hang around with them a lot. Billy used to be the charter in Kingston. So I'd like to, the horse went good. They're good horsemen. I'd like to think that I could get a small part.
I'd like to hope so too.
And a horseman that we passed that left us, Robbie.
Yes, last week we lost one of the great legends of Eastern Ontario, Ottawa Valley, Earl Lake at 89 years old. He succumbed to cancer. But Earl started out in the early 60s. He bought a yearling named Early Lakes John, which is probably at the time, he was one of the most famous horses in the Ottawa Valley. He probably won over 100 races, although Standard Bred Canada doesn't show that. They had him down as 21. I know he won
Goes
more
back
than
before that.
And he made well over $100,000. Earl, in his first lifetime drive, he set the track record here with Early Lakes John. I don't know whether he was 4 or 5 years old. It was 1965, 66, somewhere around there.
Good luck with all your wagers tonight. Thanks for the biographical information and the handicapping. And thanks to John for everything. Good luck with your horses tonight and the call of race 1. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with all your plays tonight on Rideau Carleton.
Nine minutes until post time for race 1. Getting exciting now. No changes on the entire program of racing. We have a scratch in the 11th race. Number 7, Beauty is Blind, is a scratch. Scratch number 7, Beauty is Blind. We also has a new teletiner. It's going to be very exciting, and it looks great, and the drivers are going to love it as well.
To start the year this year, we're going to do Worth Remembering on the recently passed Earl Lake. It's 2008 in January. He's driving the horse Q Motion, finishing third. Earl started in the business in 1962 when he bought a horse called Early Lakes John, who was a legend in the Ottawa Valley, winning over $100,000 in the 1960s. Earl was quite a legend. In 1968, he bought a horse called Canadian Colleen for $5,000, which was the highest priced yearling in Canada at the time. Earl's first parimutuel drive was in 1965 or 1966 at Rideau Carleton, when he set the track record with Early Lakes John. And unbelievably, his second parimutuel drive was in the Frank Ryan with Early Lakes John. Unfortunately, he hit the starting gate, but Earl is a true legend, and all the horsemen, Earl will be greatly missed.
CP Fancy moving to the outside, as well as Blissful Riddle as they drive into the Budweiser bend in the opening half. It's still Best of Lee cutting the fractions here for Gilchrist. Puts up a half in 101-3, taking a breather there in the second quarter panel. Back there in the pocket is still Q Motion. To the outside goes Zeron with Acton Legal. Down at the cones in fourth is Don Bray Misty. Second over toe, fifth on the outside for Kay Bueno. Back in sixth at the rail. She did it for fun. Three wide charge from the back of the pack for the favorite CP Fancy. Up and at 'em for Ted McDonald. That leaves She Did It for Fun along with Blissful Riddle and Softly Glow, the trailers. On their way to the three quarters, Best of Lee rings up that bell in 131-4. It's still Best of Lee, the race leader. Still stalking there in the pocket is Q Motion. Coming up on the outside, trying to put in a bid is Acton Legal. Extreme outside for CP Fancy. Nobody tearing up their tickets yet. It's Best of Lee, still the race leader. Lake is going to try it up the inside with Q Motion on the outside. Acton Legal. Extreme outside for CP Fancy and Softly Glow. Down to the wire. Going to be close. It's Best of Lee. Best in the third. Gate to wire. Holds off the charge of Acton Legal. Looked like Q Motion may have got up there for the show. It's close. 202-4. Best of Lee.
Three minutes until post time for race one. No program changes in the first.
freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
Only a couple of minutes until post time for race 1. Horses will be coming out onto the racetrack shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you arriving late, Melissa Keith is the new track announcer after the first race. I'm handling that one. It's John McMillan here, and we're really looking forward to Melissa Keith. The field for race 1 coming onto the racetrack for the 2024 racing season. Number 1 is Watcha Strike Fame, Donald Jobin, for Unnumbered Quebec Incorporation, along with Danielle Bolil and Don Beaujobin. Number 2, Shadow Dave. It's Mike Healy for Léon Lamidon. Number 3 is Full Speed Steve, Stéphane Brasseau for April Murphy. Number 4, Battle of York, Stéphane Pouliot for a numbered Quebec corporation and a numbered Canadian corporation. Number 5 is Beach Roller, Guy Gagnon for Gilbert Mercier. Completing the field is number 6, Friar Voltaire, Pascal Barube for a numbered Canadian corporation, Woyd Stone, Victor Putty, and Michael Warwood. That's your field for race 1, post time in just 2 minutes. Number 3, Full Speed Steve, taking the money at 8 to 5 for Stéphane Barrasso, followed by the 5, Beach Roller with Guy Gagnon, and number 4, Battle of York with Stéphane Pouliot. Rico Dwyer and Janie Fiolek in the starting car tonight, as usual. Two minutes. The starting gate moves into position. Last chance for wagering. The starter has called the field, moving in and mining up. It'll be Watcha Stikes Fame and Donald Jobang, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy, Full Speed Steve, Stefan Brasso, Battle of Yours, Stefan Pouliot, B-Roller, Guy Gagnon on the outside, Ferrier, Voltaire, and Pascal Berube, the drummer. Open at night here at Rideau Carleton, field into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're off and pacing. There goes Full Speed Steve, charging right out to the early lead. Closer to the inside, that is Shadow Dave. Then Watcha Stikes Same along the inside. Then it's Shadow Dave for Mike Healy. Then comes backfield motion from Batter of York, and about 3 more lengths. The trailer is Friar Voltaire. They move off the tune through the opening quarter at 1-5. It's Guy Gagnon, Beach Roller on the lead. Beach Roller by 3 lengths, chasing from second, Full Speed Steve. About 4 more back to Shadow Dave. About 4 to Watcha Strikes Fame. Then 2 more to Battle of York. And the trailer is Friar Voltaire. Guy Gagnon on the engine. Peach Roller leads this one by 2 lengths, battling by the half in 58 2/5. Into the backstretch they go. It's the king, Guy Gagnon, Beach Roller by 2.5 on Full Speed Steve. Back to third, Shadow Dave. Then to the outside, here comes Battle of York and Pouliot. Out of the backfield, Fire Till Fair, and Watcha Strikes Fame is the trailer. But it's all Guy Gagnon and Beach Roller since the outset, 3 quarters in 1:27 3. They're on the final turn. It's all Beach Roller pulling away by 2.5 now with ease for Gagnon, pulling away with 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Beach Roller, been sent from the start, and it's going to be Beach Roller. Beach Roller looks strong, coming for the payoff. Beach Roller, Gagnon goes to work now. Here comes Shadow Dave to the outside. Here's the wire. It's going to be Beach Roller in front. Finishing second, Shadow Dave and Full Speed Steve in 1:59. We do have an inquiry into the last race turn. It was a 2-on-6 possible violation. Please hold all mutual tickets. Two on 6 possible of violation. The inquiry up, but the winner was undisputedly Beach Roller and Guy Gagnon. Here comes the winner of race 1, number 5, Beach Roller, a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Sunshine Beach, owned by Gilbert Mercier, who's also the winning trainer. Driven to victory by Guy Gagnon, Beach Roller, in 1:59. Judges looking at the action on the final turn, possibility of interference on by number 2 Shadow Dave against number 6 Friar Voltaire. We do have a placing. We have a placing in race 1. Number 2, Shadow Dave, has been placed back to 4th. Moving up it will be number 3, Full Speed Steve, now 2nd. Number 6, Friar Voltaire, 4th and placed 3rd for suffering interference. 5, 3, 6, 2, your top 3, your top 4 in race 1 after the placings. It's official. Five, Beach Roller, 270, 210, 210. 3, Full Speed Steve, 210, 260. 6, Friar Voltaire, 290 to show. The exactor, 820. The dollar try, 1920. The dollar super, 49.35.
The Race 1 rundown is now on your screen from the first, and Watch a Strike's fame, the one finished 6th. It was second place 4th for Shadow Dave due to interference. The 3, Full Speed Steve, third place 2nd. The 4, Battle of York, finished 5th. Beach Roller took a new lifetime mark of 159 flat as the favorite from post 5, winning that race for Guy Gagnon. And the 6, Friar Voltaire, was 4th placed 3rd for interference. From the top down, your program should read 6th, 2nd placed 4th, 3rd placed 2nd, 5th 1st, and 4th placed 3rd. We're moving on to race 2 tonight, and that's non-winners of 3,000 with allowances. The pick 4 starts here, as well as exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. My ticket is up on the screen, and I like the 6-3 here. That's Matt's Bank, the full brother to Dylan's Bank, and Darcy Clancy handles this one, training and driving wise. Glenn Pearson goes with Matt's Bank as well as his top selection, and Illicit Affair is the other that I'll be using underneath from post 3 for Guy Gagnon, driver of the Race 1 winner. Just 2 minutes before the start of race 2 here at Rideau Carleton Raceway, the start of the early pick 4. Lots of time to get involved. No changes and a very fast track as evidenced by the new lifetime mark by the winner of race 1, Beach Roller. Something to keep in mind, these are also rather inexperienced horses and the first lifetime start for 4 of them in this field. Post parade coming out shortly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fans, and to our racing community. Welcome back to another exciting start to our season at Rideau Carleton Raceway. I've been attending the qualifiers over the last few weeks, and based on my conversations there and the number of entries we're seeing on tonight's race card, everything is a positive energy going forward into what I think will be a very exciting racing season. We've had 89 entries on tonight's card. I think that's the highest we've seen in a while in the month of March for restarting our season, so we feel great about that. Also want to recognize that we're welcoming a new race announcer tonight. I'll leave it up to Rideau to sing her praises, but Melissa Keith, welcome to Rideau Carleton. Looking forward to hearing your voice on the announcing this evening. Saying farewell to John McMillan. John is one of the founders of the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association, together with myself, Gordon McDonald, the president, John, our executive director, and Michelle Jerome, our administrator, were the last 3 of the founding members of the board, still representing our racing community. And John has been so strong through the last 24 years of our association and representing our horse people here at Rideau Carleton. Very proud of him, and very proud of the job he's done as announcer on our behalf. Really, John, been great. We're going to miss your dulcet tones. We're going to miss your professionalism and the level of knowledge, not only of the horse population, but of the racing community itself. And the relationships you've got throughout the racing community are second to none. You've been absolutely amazing. Looking forward to celebrating with you at some point throughout the summer, John, for all that you have done and continue to do for our association. And I'm looking forward to seeing you up in the booth tonight leading up to the first race. I'll be up there with you. All the best to everybody on tonight's card, and good luck with the season ahead. Thank you very much.
race 2 pacers are coming onto the track. These are non-winners of $3,000 lifetime with allowances for a purse of $5,600. The 1 is Smells Like Teen Spirit, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Ryan Guy. The 2 is KT's Roland Cole, who is owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3 is Illicit Affair, who is owned by Julie Ferguson, Lloyd Stone, trained by Ted McDonald, and driven by Guy Gagnon. The 4 is Century Jazz, owner Gestion J.Y. Blay Incorporated of Montreal, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 5 is DA Captain Obvious, who is owned by Steve Germain, who also trains, and Claude LaRose is driving. The 6 is the current 1 to 5 favorite, Matt's Bank, who is owned by Valspar Stables, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. And completing the field from post 7 is Best Girl in Town, who is owned, trained, and driven by Melanie Plourde. That's your field for race 2. There's exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering, and race 2 also kicks off the early pick 4. Continued favoritism, 2 to 5 odds now on the 6, Matt's Bank, who is making his parimutuel debut after a winning qualifier on March 16th. The full brother to Dylan's Bank has been getting attention ever since the pools opened for race 2. Not much time left here before the start of race 2 and the early pick 4. A chance to find a single if you like Matt's Bank. I do, and so does fellow handicapper Glenn Pearson. We both have that one on top for the first lifetime start. Underneath, for second, I have gone with Illicit Affair, another first-time parimutuel starter for Guy Gagnon, trained by Ted McDonald. That one also quite good in a recent March 16th qualifier. Glenn Pearson sees it differently for second, going with Century Jazz, who has a little more experience and 3 consecutive qualifiers and some post-relief to work with here. Is going with Best Girl in Town, the 7, to round out the triactor. Best Girl in Town is the daughter of Best Hanover, a top-class pacer who raced at this track for many years, and a real blue blood. Best Girl in Town from the pedigree angle could be one to put in your ticket. No changes this race, and be sure to get involved. The early pick 4 starts here. Post time coming up very shortly. Has called the horses. Race 2 field is lining up behind the gate. From the inside out, they are the 1, Smells Like Teen Spirit, the 2, KT's Rollin' Coal, 3, Illicit Affair, 4, Century Jazz, 5, DA Captain Obvious, 6, Matt's Bank, and 7, Best Girl in Town. Seven pacers are behind the gate for the start of race 2 and the start of the early pick 4. They're off and pacing, sticking ahead in front early. KT's Rollin' Coal to his outside. Here comes Illicit Affair surging on for Gagnon. To that one's outside is Century Jazz. On the inside, moving up to get into third along the inside is Smells Like Teen Spirit. That forces KT's Rollin' Coal to take back to fourth. Then it's a gap back to DA Captain Obvious, Matt's Bank, and trailing the field is Best Girl in Town. They head toward the quarter pole and a change of leadership up front as Century Jazz has cleared and now leads the way for Stefan Pulio, about a length and a half ahead of Illicit Affair. Following from third, Smells Like Teen Spirit. In fourth, KT's Rollin' Coal. And then on the outside and coming first over now, fifth into fourth, is the favorite, Matt's Bank. They're going around the second turn. Century Jazz in control, followed closely by Illicit Affair. Battle on the outside as Matt's Bank surges up to challenge Smells Like Teen Spirit for third and now moves up to challenge Illicit Affair for second. Coming after leader Century Jazz. Century Jazz continues to lead, keeping a neck ahead of the fast advancing Matt's Bank. Matt's Bank is bridle to bridle with Century Jazz and shuffled back to fourth along the inside. Illicit Affair as DA Captain Obvious is on the outside and was gaining ground, now dropping back. Century Jazz has shrugged off 1 to 5 top choice. Matt's Bank, who's now in second. Third on the inside is Illicit Affair. The stretch looms ahead. Century Jazz looking good out there by a couple of lengths. Coming on now, Matt's Bank and Illicit Affair, but it looks like a battle for place only. Century Jazz gets there first, and it's a tight battle for show between Matt's Bank and Illicit Affair, 158 and 2. Unofficial results are now posted. That was a first lifetime win for the 4 Century Jazz for trainer-driver Stefan Pulio. In the tight decision for place, Illicit Affair was slightly ahead of the favorite Matt's Bank, who finished third ahead of fourth place Smells Like Teen Spirit. Unofficial results are 4-3-6-1. The fractions are now posted as well. 28-4 opening quarter, 58-2 to the half, 128-4 to 3/4, and a 158-2 maiden win and new mark, first mark for Century Jazz. Now entering the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle for the first time is Century Jazz, a 4-year-old brown gelding, a son of Better's Delight out of Strike Accord, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blais Incorporated of Montreal, Quebec. Trainer and driver is Stefan Pulio. This is a first lifetime win for Century Jazz. And a mark of 158-2. Congratulations to the connections of Century Jazz. Race 2 results are now official on your screen. 4-1 winner is the 4 Century Jazz. In second, Illicit Affair. The 3. Third was the 6 Matt's Bank. And fourth, to round out the superfecta, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Prices are now displayed. Century Jazz, a $10.80 winner. The $2 daily double displayed, $12.90. 2 lifetime marks in the first 2 races of the 2024 season here at Rideau Carleton so far. The rundown for race 2 is now on your screen. The 1 Smells Like Teen Spirit finished 4th. The 2 KT's Roland Cole was 7th. The 3 Illicit Affair, your place finisher. The 4 Century Jazz, the winner. The 5 DA Captain Obvious finished 5th. The 6 Matt's Bank finished 3rd, and the 7 Best Girl in Town was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 472-1536. Race 3 is coming up shortly with a pick 3 exactor and triactor wagering. My best bet is in this race. Win Son Diego from post 3. He has been an impressive speed-wise in his latest qualifier on March 16th. His 27-4 last panel was the fastest of every qualifier that day. It bodes well for Win Son Diego, racing for Marie-Claude Auger and owner Catherine Pelletier of Montreal. Wait the race 3 post parade. There are 2 changes coming up in race 11. The 7 Beauty is Blind was already announced, a judge's scratch. Now there is a driver change on the 6 in race 11, the Colt. Please change the driver from Gordley to Ryan Guy, driving the Colt number 6 in race 11. Handicapper Glenn Pearson's picks are on your screen, as are mine, and we both share a liking for the 3-4 exactor here with Win San Diego on top of Wise Cheddar Wheel. He likes Keystone Doral in the show spot. Post parade should be coming out shortly for race 3. Race 3 Pacers are coming out on the track for the post parade. These are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of $30,000 lifetime for horses that raced in a claimer in one of their last 3 starts. Purse of $6,200. The 1 is DA Cinnamon Crunch, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe. Ryan Guy drives. The 2 is Keystone Doral, who's owned by Jacques Baudouin, who also trains and drives. The 3 is current 4 to 5 betting favorite, Winsun Diego, owned by Catherine Pelletier and trained and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. The 4 is Wise Cheddar Wheel, owned and trained by Marc-André Simoneau, driven by Pascal Berube. The 5 is Baylor Bobby, owned by Aidan Taggart, trained by Victor Putty, and Jimmy Gagnon drives. Rounding out the field is the 6, Midnight Maddie, who's owned and trained by Jamie Johnson. Crystal Johnson co-owns Guy Gagnon in the sulky. No changes. Post time coming up very shortly here. For race 3, the start of a pick 3, also exactor and triactor wagering. Popular choice, Winsun Diego from post 3. His odds continue to drop, 3 to 5 at the moment. Make sure to get your wagers in on that pick 3. They'll be going behind the gate shortly. There's a favorite on your screen, Winsun Diego, son of All Bets Off and Winsun Chanel. He sold as a late bloomer for $21,000 in a recent online preferred equine sale and was first over from last at the opening quarter in his March 16th Rideau qualifier. He was flying late, and his 27-4 closing quarter was the fastest of any horse in the 11 qualifiers that day. He also gets some post and class relief here. Winsun Diego, my best bet. Welcome to everyone trackside and in the grandstand for the opening card of the 2024 meet. I'm Melissa Keith. Thank you again to John McMillan for calling race 1 his final parimutuel race call. Thanks for everything, John. And the wings are out on the starter's car, and the field has been called for race 3 from the inside out. They are the 1, DA Cinnamon Crunch, the 2, Keystone Doral, 3, Win San Diego, 4, Wise Cheddar Wheel, 5, Baylor Bobby, and the 6, Midnight Maddie. Last chance to get involved in the pick 3. And the field is lining up, led by an eager Keystone Doral, who's first behind the car. Final chance to wager on race 3 as they assemble for the start. Six pacers behind the gate. And they're off. Keystone Doral leaving well from post 2 to his inside. DA Cinnamon Crunch providing early resistance. First over, moving into third, and now trying to take back along the pylons is Midnight Maddie. Sprinting to an early lead of about 4 lengths is Keystone Doral, but cutting into it quickly. Here comes DA Cinnamon Crunch. Still sitting third. Midnight Maddie is about 3 lengths back to fourth, where you'll find the favorite, 1 to 5 shot, Win San Diego. They reached the opening quarter in 28-3 with Keystone Doral freewheeling for Jacques Baudouin in the pocket. DA Cinnamon Crunch following slightly further back in third is Midnight Maddie. Dropping back some in fourth is Win San Diego. To his outside in fifth, Wise Cheddar Wheel. And at the back of the field is Baylor Bobby. They head around the second turn, going to the half, led by Longshot Keystone Doral, who isn't racing like one. He gets there in 57-3, maintaining a 3-length advantage ahead of DA Cinnamon Crunch. Still third and getting closer, Midnight Maddie. Closing up the gap into fourth is the favorite, Win San Diego. And still at the back of the field are the other two, Wise Cheddar Wheel, and a move now from last. Oh, he's on a break. Baylor Bobby on a break and taken back and now gapping at the rear of the field. 127 flat to 3/4. That's Keystone Doral still up there and under urging as the others are closing in, and the stretch looms ahead. Keystone Doral trying to get things done at a price, but here comes the favorite. That's Win San Diego on the outside, set loose by Marie-Claude Auger. Has to get there ahead of a resurgent Longshot Baylor Bobby, going to stick a neck in front. He gets there ahead of Win San Diego. Third might have been DA Cinnamon Crunch in 158-4. And there is an inquiry on the finish regarding the break by the winner, the unofficial winner, the 5, Baylor Bobby, nearing 3/4. The inquiry concerns unofficial winner crossing the wire, the 5, Baylor Bobby, ahead of Win San Diego and DA Cinnamon Crunch. He did make a break and reset to close aggressively, possibly winning, unofficially winning, and the subject of an inquiry by the AGCO judges. Hold all tickets. unofficial winner, Baylor Bobby, is in the winner's circle. He's owned by Aidan Taggart of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 2-1 winner in his Rideau Carleton debut. That's unofficially. There is still a judge's inquiry ongoing pertaining to the break by Baylor Bobby nearing the 3/4, which you can now see on your screen. He did lose ground and retreat to the back of the field before coming on late to pass Win San Diego in deep stretch. The judges are still making a decision regarding Baylor Bobby, the unofficial winner in race 3. And the AGCO judges have ruled that although the 5, Baylor Bobby, did make a break approaching 3/4, he did lose ground and there was no interference. Baylor Bobby is the official winner. There is no placing required. The 5, Baylor Bobby, is the official winner of race 3 after the inquiry. Race 3 has gone official. The 5, Baylor Bobby, your 2-1 winner. In the place spot is the 3, Win San Diego. Third was the 1, DA Cinnamon Crunch. And fourth, Keystone Doral, the 2. And prices are now up. Baylor Bobby, a $6.80 winner. The $2.53 exactor returns $12.90. The $1.531 triactor is $16.45. The 158 4 mile is a new lifetime mark for Baylor Bobby, who took his previous mark of 2:05 at the Loop. The fractions were 28 3, 57 3, 127 to 3/4, and the final time of 158 4 for Baylor Bobby. The race 3 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, DA Cinnamon Crunch, finished third. The 2, Keystone Doral, was fourth. The 3, Win San Diego, the place finisher. The 4, Wise Cheddar Wheel, finished fifth. The 5, Baylor Bobby, was the race winner with a new lifetime mark of 158 and 4. And the 6, Midnight Maddie, finished sixth. From the top down, your program should read 342516. Congratulations to the connections of Baylor Bobby on the new lifetime mark. He's a 4-year-old Armbro Baylor gelding out of Bubbles Promise, a Manitoba bred. We're moving on to race 4 with the post parade coming up shortly. And this one is the start of another pick 4, races 4 through 7 with exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. And my top choice here is the 2, De Chairman, for Guy Gagnon and trainer Emily Vino. Also highly recommended by Robbie Robinson during the pregame show. 2, De Chairman, one to watch for in race 4. No changes. Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson's selections are now on the screen. He also sides with myself and Robbie Robinson with De Chairman from post 2 as his top selection here. Over the 1, Giddy Up Max, and then Big Pete Style, the veteran, from post 7 in the show spot. It's a wide open race. And current favorite is a 3, Ice Needs Whiskey, at a tepid 2-1. Post parade coming out shortly for race 4 and the start of the middle pick 4.
These are the top drivers. My suggested pick 4 ticket
for the middle pick 4 starting this race is on your screen. I went 3 deep here. The chairman from post 2, the 3, Ice Needs Whiskey, the current 5-2 co-favorite from post 3, and the 5 Tahuya Brew, who has been good at moments. Pascal Berube driving the Vic Putty trainee from post 5. A rather deep field, lots of chances here. Good luck in your wagers. Post Parade coming out shortly for race 4. Race 4 Post Parade coming out on the track, and these are non-winners of 200 in their last 10 starts per start, with non-winners of $22.50 in their last 5 for horses that raced in an $8,500 claimer or less in one of their last 3 starts. They're going for a purse of $5,200. Thanks to Adam Montaw visiting tonight and handicapping and playing along with Rideau Carleton. He's a backup race caller here and a follower of the Rideau driving colony and horses. Good luck in your wagers tonight. And good luck to everyone playing along online tonight on the ADWs, including Horseplayer Interactive across Canada. The 1 is Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, Jimmy Gagnon driving. The 2 is De Chairman, owned by Sean Vino, trained by Emily Vino. Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. The 3 is Ice Needs Whiskey, owned by Jean-Francois Maguire, trained and driven by Claude Beausoleil. The 4 is Beyond the Moon, who is owned by Stacy Smith Robinson and trained and driven by Antonio Vecchio. The 5 is Tahuya Brew, who's owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. And while we wait on the 6, Bet Till Dawn, here comes the 7. That's Big Pete Style, who is owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Ryan Guy. No changes this race. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering, as well as the opening leg of the middle pick 4. And here's the 6. This is Bet Till Dawn, who is owned by trainer Jennifer McBride and driven tonight by William Waugh. Field of 7 is going behind the gate shortly here for race 4. Good luck with your wagers. The current favorite is the 1, Giddy Up Max, now on your screen. Jimmy Gagnon driving this 7-year-old Better's Delight son, who has a lot of back class to him. And he's coming in off a placing at Flamborough Downs, returning to the 5/8 mile track from the half. 2 wins last year. His fastest, a 1:58 mile at Rideau Carleton. 2-1. Top choice at the moment is Giddy Up Max. Right alongside is the chairman, the handicappers selection of myself and Glenn Pearson. Guy Gagnon driving this one. Strong record for the chairman when in line to Guy Gagnon. The chairman has won 3 of his 4 lifetime drives by Guy Gagnon. Had back-to-back tighteners and broken equipment in his latest. He enjoys a front-end trip. And the horses are turning to go behind the gate for race 4. Last chance to wager. From the inside out, they're the 1, Giddy Up Max, the 2, De Chairman, 3, Ice Needs Whiskey, 4, Beyond the Moon, 5, Tahuya Brew, 6, Bet Till Dawn, and on the outside, the 7, Big Pete Style. Middle pick 4 starts here. Last chance to wager. Field of 7 in place under what looks like a full moon. Oh, and a break and taken back. That was Ice Need Whiskey. The rest of them are off. He is at the back of the field. Launching to the early lead on the inside is the chairman. To his outside, Tahuya Brew is second. Third, and 3 wide, Big Pete Style. Moving up fourth on the inside is Beyond the Moon. Gaining ground to land in pylon position. In fifth now is Bet Till Dawn as they head toward the opening quarter with the chairman getting his favored front end trip and reaching the opening quarter in an easy 29-1. Close up from the pocket is Tahuya Brew. Third, Big Pete Style. The veteran follows single file. Then it's back to Beyond the Moon, Bet Till Dawn, Giddy Up Max, and gapping somewhat but catching up from last. Ice Needs Whiskey has recovered and he's launching a first over bid on the second turn, gaining ground from last and chasing the chairman to the halfway point. The chairman up there for Gagnon, reaching that point with a 30-second breather in the second quarter, 59-1 to the half. A perfect pocket ride for Tahuya Brew is a 4-length gap back and growing as Big Pete Style drops back third to fourth, and Beyond the Moon comes on first over, moving into third on the outside. That puts Big Pete Style back in fourth. Movement coming from the back of the field as Ice Needs Whiskey getting involved second over but quite wide in fifth. And then the last two are Giddy Up Max and Bet Till Dawn. 128-2, 2 3/4, and the chairman is now getting chased by Tahuya Brew to his outside. He's left the pocket and coming on for Berube down the stretch. The duel is between the chairman on the inside, Tahuya Brew coming to him on the outside. Bridle to bridle matching strides, and it's Tahuya Brew who pulls ahead to win by a half length over the chairman, and Beyond the Moon looked like the show finisher in this 158 flat mile. Race 4 unofficial results are now posted. The 5 to Huya Brew, the winner. The 2 to Chairman. Second, fourth was the 4 Beyond the Moon, and actually third was Beyond the Moon, the 4, and fourth was the 7, Big Pete Style. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle is unofficial winner number 5 to Huya Brew, who is owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. Tahuya Brew is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Fred and Ginger out of I'm Here for the Party. And a wave from the drummer. 158 flat, the win for Tahuya Brew. 4 winning drivers in the first 4 races tonight. This is Pascal Berube's first of the meet. Race 4 is now official. The 5 Tahuya Brew, a 7-2 winner for Pascal Berube and trainer Vic Putty. Congratulations to his connections. Tahuya Brew returns $9.80 to win, combined with place finisher to chairman. It's a $2 exactor, 5-2 combination, returning $25.60. The $1 triactor, 5-2-4, returns $299.80. The show finisher Beyond the Moon for Antonio Vecchio, a 35-1 shot, who closed well for that. And the race 4 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, Giddy Up Max, finished 5th. The 2, De Chairman, finished 2nd. The 3, Ice Needs Whiskey, finished 6th. The 4, Beyond the Moon, finished 3rd. The 5, Tahuya Brew, was the race winner. The 6, Bet Till Dawn, finished 7th. And Big Pete's Style, the 7, finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 526, 317, 4. The fractions were 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 128 and 2, and a 158 flat winning mile in his first pari-mutuel start of 2024 for Tahuya Brew. Race 5 is coming up shortly. Good luck with all your wagers. It was a tight decision at the wire for show. If you take a look at the show photo now displayed on screens, that was a really tight finish with Big Pete style fourth, and Beyond the Moon exceeding her odds to close for show at 35-1 for Antonio Vecchio. One to watch next time, Beyond the Moon. Race 5 coming up marks the beginning of the Pick 5. There's also high five wagering, exactor and triactor on this field of 9. No changes. A thank you to the California horse players joining us from race 5 through 11 tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thanks for joining in, and this is your chance to get in on the Pick 5 and high five.
At Rideau Carleton Raceway. As we wait for the race 5 post parade, it's just a good opportunity to consider the chances of some of the horses here. The 3 Extra Cheese had 3 2023 Rideau wins for Robert Shepard and 1 for tonight's driver, Guy Gagnon. And he was first to the front from the rail in his March 16th Rideau qualifier, sat single file third for most of the mile, and then had a 3-wide move at the top of the stretch. And that was the second fastest of the qualifiers that day here on March 16th. So Extra Cheese coming from the powerful Mandy Archer stable with Guy Gagnon driving is actually the even money favorite right now from post 3. Also taking some attention from the inside is the 1 Moonlight Boy. 8 to 5 at the moment. He was suggested by John McMillan in the pregame show. Moonlight Boy has Pascal Berube driving for the first time. Pascal Berube drove the winner of last race to Huyabrew, and Moonlight Boy is getting some class relief. He's the fastest in this field and had 2 wins here last year at higher classifications. He enjoys an inside post. Glenn Pearson's picks are now on your screen. He's also going with Extra Cheese on top with the other stablemate from Mandy Archer, Pop the Bubbly, who's a Rideau newcomer, his second choice. And then for show, going with Candid Cameron from Post 5. That one adds a Lasix tonight. Otherwise, no changes in this field, and they're coming out on the track shortly. High 5 and the pick 5 start here. The race 5 post parade is coming out. Non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 with allowances per $6,000. The 1 is a Moonlight Boy, who's owned by trainer Stéphane Gagnon. Pascal Berube is in the bike. The 2 is Fear My Smile, who is not on Lasix tonight, owned by Claude Prou and trained by Denis Mongy with Marie-Claude Auger driving. The 3 is current 3 to 5 favorite, Extra Cheese, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. The 4 is Pop the Bubbly, owned by Stuart McQueen, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Robert Shepard. The 5 is Candid Cameron, making his first start with Lasix. He's owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 6 is Arrhythmogenic, who is owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stefan Meyer, and driven by Mike Healy. The 7 is Major Motion, who's owned by trainer Jennifer McBride and driven by William Waugh. The 8 is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Eve Corbin, who also drives. And rounding out the field from the trailing post 9, Jim's Big Thrill, who's owned by Talon Robinson, trained by Brian Scott, Jimmy Gagnon in the sulky. Post time coming up very soon for race 5, a full field of 9, no changes. The start of the pick 5. There's also a high 5 here, as well as exactor and triactor wagering. Continued favoritism, 1 to 2 price right now. On the 3, extra cheese for the powerful combination of Mandy Archer and driver Guy Gagnon. Extra Cheese has a lot to recommend him, with 3 wins here last year. Most of those were for Robert Shepard, but one was for Guy Gagnon, and his qualifier was quite impressive here on March 16th, coming on late. Closers have won most of the races this evening, and that style could serve him well in race 5. That's my pick 5 ticket that's now posted, and I did go 4 deep in this opening leg. I see quite a few contenders here. Extra Cheese, obviously a popular choice with a lot going for him from post 3, but I agree with John McMillan that the one Moonlight Boy has the class relief that could really help here. Pop the Bubbly is sort of the underdog for the Archer stable, but look out, she could be live for Robert Shepard. And the 5 Candid Cameron making his first start Lasix. That sometimes is an indicator of an improved performance with some improved breathing for the horse. So good luck with your wagers. This is your final chance to get involved in the pick 5. They're lining up for the 5th. A slight delay as Pop the Bubbly heads out to line up with the rest of the race 5 field. From the inside out are the 1 Moonlight Boy, the 2 Fear My Smile, the 3 Extra Cheese, 4 Pop the Bubbly, 5 Candid Cameron, 6 Arrhythmogenic, 7 Major Motion, 8 Uber Hanover, and the 9 is the trailer Jim's Big Thrill. Final chance to wager on the pick 5 and race 5. Led behind the gate, Pop the Bubbly is now in position, as is Moonlight Boy. The rest are catching up quickly. This is it, the start of race 5. And they're off in race 5, leaving well from the inside. Moonlight Boy matching strides with Extra Cheese to his outside. That one in second, edging up from the trailing position into third is Jim's Big Thrill. That parks a second over Pop the Bubbly in fourth in the early going. Following that one, Fear My Smile and Arrhythmogenic at the back. Single file order, Major Motion and Uber Hanover. Extra Cheese is extra on the front end, opening up by 3 for Gagnon, quickly reaching the opening quarter in 29-1. Moonlight Boy follows from second, then third. It's Jim's Big Thrill, looking live from fourth, but not pulling yet, is Pop the Bubbly, then followed by Fear My Smile. Here comes a first over Candid Cameron, who's advancing into fifth and flushing out Pop the Bubbly on the second turn as they head to the half with Extra Cheese still doing good things on the front end with a 3-length advantage over Moonlight Boy. On the inside, getting the shuffle to fourth is Jim's Big Thrill as Pop the Bubbly surges for Shepherd up into second past Moonlight Boy. Dropping in behind Extra Cheese now, that's the stablemate. And moving well to get up into third now is Candid Cameron. Pop the Bubbly has popped the pocket and is coming after Extra Cheese. It's Archer versus Archer on the front end. 127 2, 2 3/4. Extra Cheese, the favorite, faces Pop the Bubbly on the outside. Candid Cameron is still coming. In fifth and looking to move late is Arrhythmogenic. They round for home, and it's Extra Cheese fighting against a first over Pop the Bubbly on the outside. She sticks ahead in front. Here comes a flying Jim's Big Thrill, and also Arrhythmogenic getting involved, but Pop the Bubbly gets there first in 157 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5. Pop the Bubbly from post 4 gets the win for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepherd and owner Steve McQueen. Extra Cheese, the 3, holds on for place. The 9, Jim's Big Thrill, up for show. And at long odds also, Arrhythmogenic is up for 4th. 5th looked like Candid Cameron, the 5, to round out the high 5. Now coming into the winner's enclosure is the 4, Pop the Bubbly. There's a 5-year-old bay mare by So Surreal out of Armbro, Champagne. In a celebratory mood for owner Stu McQueen of Sarnia, Ontario. And a wave from winning driver Robert Shepherd. A win for the Mandy Archer trainee. Coming in from Flamborough Downs. And that's her fastest win of the year. A 157 flat victory over stablemate and favorite Extra Cheese. Pop the Bubbly. Congratulations. The unofficial high five is now posted 43965. Official results will be posted shortly. And official results are now posted for race 5. The 4 Pop the Bubbly returns $6.10 to win. Extra Cheese. The 3 was second for a $2 exactor 4-3 combination returning $15. The $1 try 439 is $47.95. And the 20-cent early pick 4 of 4 returns $106.67. Some good prices in there. The 20-cent super high 5 43965 combination $182.11. The race 5 rundown is now on your screen. The 1 Moonlight Boy finished 9th. The 2 Fear My Smile was 7th. The 3 Extra Cheese was 2nd. The 4 Pop the Bubbly was the 2-1 winner. The 5 Candid Cameron finished 5th. The 6 Arrhythmogenic was 4th. The 7, Major Motion, was 8th. The 8, Uber Hanover, finished 6th. And Jim's Big Thrill, the 9, finished 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 972-154-863. The fractions for race 5 were 29 and 1, 58 and 3, 127 and 2, and a winning time of 157 flat for Pop the Bubbly. Race 6 is coming up, and this is another field of 9 pacers and the beginning of the second last pick 4. On your screen now, the place photo, a tight decision between Extra Cheese, the 3, and the 9, Jim's Big Thrill, who hung on very well for show ahead of Arrhythmogenic, who was closing very fast, 3 wide there from post 6. The pacers are coming on the track for the race 6 post parade. 9 pacers, non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5. Also eligible, non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, and also eligible horses that raced in an $18,000 claimer or less in one of their last 3 starts. Purse is $7,800. Now on your screen is the 1, Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. The 2 is Ray's Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. The 3 is current 1-2 favorite Dillon's Bank, who is owned and trained by John McMillan. Jimmy Gagnon drives. The 4 is Silverado, owned and trained by Wayne LaViolette, with Ryan Guy in the sulky. The 5 is Time to Dancing, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained by Stéphane Pouliot, driven by Melanie Plourde. The 6 is Going Yard, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 7 is Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. The 8 is Triomphe de Vie, owned by Eric Lafleur, who also trains. Paul Laframboise drives. And completing the field from trailing post 9 is Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Take note, Dylan's Bank, the 3, adds Lasix, and the 8, Triomphe de Vie, discontinues Lasix this race. There's Exactor, Triactor wagering, Superfecta, and also the second last pick 4 of the evening, running races 6 through 9. Dylan's Bank on your screen maintains favorite status. He's 3-5 at the moment and looks quite strong here, despite a 4th place finish in his most recent Rideau qualifier, March 9th. John McMillan confirmed that the Lasix may help. Some horses need it for respiratory reasons, and it could help his chances. Dylan's Bank may not even need that kind of help. He won a quarter of his starts, 10 of 40 last year, and took a 151 seasonal best, winning at this track. Dylan's Best, a popular choice, 3-5. My pick 4 that kicks off here in race 6. I went 3 deep with Dylan's Bank, also long shot Silverado, who gets post and class relief, and he was nearly ahead of the gate at the start of his March 16th Rideau qualifier, made front early, and he did get caught by Let's Get Pickled past the opening quarter, but he was an easy runner-up, and where there's no purse involved, sometimes that's best. This is his seasonal debut, and last year he was 3rd, April 2nd, 2023, in his seasonal debut at a lower classification. I also very much like the 9 here, Jaden's Magic Steel, but there's an inconsistent record from the 2nd tier, something that Robbie Robinson confirmed in the pregame show. He has won just once in 4 lifetime tries from the 2nd tier. This field is going behind the gate very shortly here. The starter is in position. We're just waiting for the 9 pacers. From the inside out, this field is the 1, Skylar, 2, Race Credit, 3, Dylan's Bank, 4, Silverado, 5, Time to Dancing, 6, Going Yard, 7, Stonebridge Hermes, 8, Triomphe de Vie, and the 9 is the trailer, Jaden's Magic Steel. Final chance to get involved in the pick 4. Uneven behind the gate at the moment. That's Jaden's Magic Steel making up ground late to catch the rest from the trailing post. timing the gate for Gagnon. They're in line for race 6, and they're off. And pushing through early on the inside, Dillon's Bank, the favorite. Schuyler gives him some fight back in second, taking back to fourth on the outside, Going Yard. Advancing well into third on the inside is Jaden's Magic Steel. Here comes an aggressive early move from Stonebridge Hermes, getting marching orders from Baudouin, moving up first over into third, and soon second on the outside to come after 2 to 5 top choice Dillon's Bank, who reached the opening quarter in 28 and 4, just ahead of pocket sitting Schuyler, who gaps by about 2, maybe 3 in second. Settling third, Stonebridge Hermes has thought better of the first over move, and then following from fourth, that is Time to Dancing. They're headed to the opening quarter with Dillon's Bank freewheeling by about 4 open lengths, still ahead of Schuyler, Stonebridge Hermes. Jaden's Magic Steel now stepping out from fourth. The half was reached in 57 and 2, closing ground on the inside into fifth, and now tipping second over. That's Going Yard. Silverado follows that one, and they're not going to catch Dillon's Bank very easily, if at all here. He's widened his margin to about 10 lengths. Schuyler is next best within range. Then it's 4 back to third, and that's Stonebridge Hermes. Still following him is Jaden's Magic Steel, but doesn't look to be in range. Coming up in the fourth on the inside, Going Yard. It's just racing for minor shares as Dillon's Bank draws away from this field by 10, 15 widening lengths. That's Dillon's Bank getting it done. Dillon's Bank taking it to the bank ahead of Schuyler, Stonebridge Hermes, and Time to Dancing in 154 and 4 for John McMillan and Jimmy Gagnon. Unofficial race 6 results are now posted, and the very popular top choice 3, Dillon's Bank, is a winner, a selection of most of the handicapping public, as well as John McMillan himself and track handicapper Glenn Pearson, and also myself. 2 to 5. That's fair given the margin of the win. A sharp 154 and 4 season opener on opening night for Dillon's Bank, ahead of Schuyler, Stonebridge Hermes, and fourth place Time to Dancing. A little camera shy, but he didn't need a photo finish tonight. Dylan's Bank from post 3, 2 to 5 top choice. He's a winner for owner-trainer John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Dylan's Bank is a brown gelding, 7 years old, by Thinking Out Loud out of Sex and Vets, driven to the win by Jimmy Gagnon. A sparkling 154 and 4 for Dylan's Bank. Congratulations to all the connections of Dylan's Bank, especially Jimmy Gagnon and John McMillan. Race 6 results are now official. Dylan's Bank returns $2.90 to win. The $2 exactor with the 1 Skylar 3-1 combination returns $7.80. The $1 triactor 317 returns $95.80. The race 6 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, Skylar, finished 2nd. The 2, Raise Credit, finished 5th. The 3, Dylan's Bank, was the winner in 154 and 4. The 4, Silverado, was 6th. The 5, Time to Dancing, was 4th. The 6, Going Yard, finished 7th. The 7, Stonebridge Maze, finished 3rd. The 8, Triomphe de Vie, finished 8th. And the 9, Jaden's Magic Steel, finished 9th. From the top down, your program page should read 2516473889. The winners' fractions: 28 and 4, 57 and 2, 125 and 1, 154 and 4. The final time for Dylan's Bank. Race 7 coming up next features a pick 3, as well as exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. No changes. And thank you to everyone playing along tonight online on this chilly but fast evening at Rideau Carleton Raceway in the nation's capital. For those of you who didn't get in on the race 6 pick 4, we do have another tonight that begins race 8, runs through the last race, race 11. My ticket is featured. That does start in race 8, which is on the trot. So you might want to look ahead and work out your own ticket there. Coming up in race 7 is a horse who I made my spot play, and I did not anticipate the 1-9 early favoritism for the 4, Light the Torch. He's also the top selection of Glenn Pearson, who puts Light the Torch. The popularity of the 4, Light the Torch, could be based on the fact that he took a new lifetime mark in his March 16th Rideau qualifier. It was the second fastest of the 11 qualifiers that day, and he's never missed the top 2 here or at Mohawk for his current trainer, Marc-Andre Simoneau. Light the Torch is up in class. That's the only possible drawback that I see here. And as mentioned, Glenn Pearson likes him quite a bit too, using him over Better Style. And then the 1, Speaker Nancy. A classy group in race 7. Post Parade coming out soon. Race 7 Pacers are coming out for the Post Parade. This race is for non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5. Also eligible non-winners of $55,000 lifetime. And you can read on lots of conditions here, including also eligible mares. The purse is $8,500. The 1 is Speaker Nancy, owned by Jamie Copley with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Two is Viper, owned by Stacy Smith Robinson, trained by Alex Scott, driven by Stefan Pulio. Three is Better Style, owned by a numbered Ontario corporation with John McMillan. John McMillan trains Jimmy Gagnon in the sulky. The 4 is current 3 to 5 favorite Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau with Jean Fontaine, driven by Pascal Berube. The 5 is How Mac Victor, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Ryan Guy. The 6 is Hurricane Cheyenne, who's owned and trained by Jeremy Marcotte. Robert Shepard drives. The 7 will parade last. Oh, the 7 is apparently on the screen. Here he comes. Rockin' Zeus for owner Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe and driven by Drew Smythe. And rounding out the field from the outside post, 8 is Party Vibes, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur with Michael or Michel Blais, driven by Paul Laframboise. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering here in the 7th, where the favorite continues to be the 4, Light the Torch, off that lifetime best qualifier at this track on March 16th. No changes? Good luck with all your wagers. The 4, Light the Torch, is now on your screen. The well-bred son of Always Be Mickey and Surfer Chick. He's been doing good things for Marc-Andre Simoneau, including a good qualifying win, 154-3, back on the 16th here over a good track with a 1-second variant. It's a fast track tonight, and he looks eager. Light the Torch. In this pick 4 that's continuing through race 7, I did not single Light the Torch because I do think Viper has a good chance from post 2. And also the mare Speaker Nancy from the rail has faced some very tough mares at this track and faces the boys here for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. Always a strong combination. She's 4-1 at the moment. Speaker Nancy offers some value from the inside post. There's also a Rideau newcomer here, the 3, Better Style, who's making a Rideau debut for John McMillan. And this one's never missed the Superfecta last year at 5/8 mile Kawartha Downs. Coming in after a first over move from fourth at Flamborough at the half on March 17th, and a game stretch duel. Didn't quite get there against winner Hugh Heff, running out a racetrack. 10-1 currently on Better Style. The starter has called the horses. Last chance to wager on race 7. From the inside out there, the 1, Speaker Nancy, 2, Viper, 3, Better Style, 4, Light the Torch, 5, Howmac Victor, 6, Hurricane Cheyenne, 7, Rockin' Zeus, who adds Lasix, 8, Party Vibes on the outside. The Pacers are going behind the gate. Final chance to get involved in this pick 3, Exactor, Triactor, or Superfecta. Spotting the others a few lengths right now is Speaker Nancy from the inside. But she's accelerating as the race 7 field is ready for the start. And they're off, and leaving well is Speaker Nancy. To her outside, Light the Torch coming on early for Berube. Sticks a neck in front, and these two have early separation by a couple of lengths. Coming on into third, that's Rockin' Zeus getting caught out there as Viper defends the rail. He's back in fourth. They're rounding the turn, headed toward the opening quarter with Light the Torch lighting the way. 28-1 opening panel. Pocketing up was Speaker Nancy. Then it's Rockin' Zeus, followed by Viper, who looks interested in stepping out soon. And here comes a 5th place so far. Better Style, keeping up with the rest. The 3 at the back of the field are Howmac Victor, Hurricane Cheyenne, and Party Vibes, who trails. They're on the second turn, and not much happening up front yet, except Light the Torch. Speaker Nancy keeping close tabs from second. A 30-second second quarter breather for Light the Torch. Speaker Nancy still dangerous from the pocket. Third is Viper, and now comes an advancing Better Style. Fourth from first over on the outside with the plugs pulled. Fifth on the inside, Rockin' Zeus is a factor as well, and the backfield catching up here, but Light the Torch is still confident on the lead. Speaker Nancy waiting to make her move. Better Style not going away. First over from third, and on the inside, that's Viper yet to unleash and strike in the stretch. 127-3. They're closing in on Light the Torch. Speaker Nancy on the outside, and coming to him, Speaker Nancy versus Light the Torch. At the wire, it's a tight one. Up for show, Viper, 155-4. Very close finish. Too close for me to call on my first night at Rideau Carleton. Speaker Nancy coming to Light the Torch at the wire. Unofficial results are now posted. Speaker Nancy beats Light the Torch in a very close decision. Viper is up for show, and Howmac Victor at 30-1 finished fourth. Results are still unofficial. perfect timing from driver Guy Gagnon, getting Speaker Nancy to the wire ahead of Light the Torch in the final stride. Speaker Nancy is owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable of Ottawa, trained by Mandy Archer. She's a 5-year-old Arts Speak mare out of Let's Imagine. And she beats the boys tonight in 1:55 and 4. Her fastest so far this year. Her pari-mutuel debut this year. She shaves time off the winning qualifier from back on March 16th. Race 7 results are now official. Speaker Nancy, the 1, returns $9 to win. She beat the 4 Light the Torch. And Speaker Nancy completes a pick 4 here and makes for a nice 1-4 exactor, returning $17.70 for the $2 ticket. The $1 pick 4 returns $171.60, and the 20-cent version of the 5-4-3-1 combination returns a fifth of that. That 20-cent pick 4, $34.32. The race 7 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, Speaker Nancy, your race winner in 155 and 4. The 2, Viper, finished 3rd. The 3, Better Style, was 5th. The 4, Light the Torch, was 2nd. The 5, Howmac Victor, finished 4th. The 6, Hurricane Cheyenne, finished 6th. The 7, Rock and Zeus, was 7th. And the 8, Party Vibes, finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 135, 24678. The fractions were 28 and 1, 58 and 1, 127 and 3, and 155 and 4, the winning time for Speaker Nancy. Race 8 is coming up, the only trot on the card, and the last pick 4 of the night begins in that race as well. On your screen, the win photo from race 7. Very close, but it looks like a nose decision for Speaker Nancy there, getting up over place finisher Light the Torch when it mattered most. The race 8 Trotters are coming out shortly for post parade. Right now on your screen, the selections of Glenn Pearson, who is going with the current 2 to 5 top choice, Meadow Branch Noble from the rail. Another Mandy Archer, Guy Gagnon proposition here. And a good chance, I believe, coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Mask of Zorro captures his interest second. This one up in class a little, but qualified quite well, winning on March 16th. And then for third, he likes the Magic of Life for Robbie Robinson, who spoke highly of his horse's chances during the pregame show tonight with myself and John McMillan. That's the triactor for Glenn Pearson, 142. In this opening leg of the final pick 4 of the night, I went too deep. I did choose the 1, Meadow Branch Noble, but I also like the 8, 7 Iron. He has a surprisingly strong record from outside posts, and he even broke his maiden from post 8 at the Meadowlands and won on April 26, 2021 from post 8 at 5/8 mile Pocono. So he was a beaten favorite for me on a very sloppy Rideau closing night back on December 17th. He did run out of racetrack. Tonight, the post is not in his favor, but closers have been doing well, and 7 Iron from post 8 at 13 to 1 is irresistible for me. I like him over the 1, Meadow Branch Noble. Also, using Mask of Zorro there, and Check the Magic from post 6 for Ted McDonald. That one followed the cover of Raising Rusty, the preferred trotter in a March 16th Rideau qualifier, and closed in the field second fastest, 29 and 2 to get up for show in a mile, cut by 7 Iron. Lots of chances here in the 8-horse field. The only trotting race of tonight's season opener at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Good luck with your selections. Trotters are coming on the track for the race 8 post parade. Non-winners of $4,000 their last 5 starts, or $1,000 per start in 2023-24. Also eligible horses that raced in an $18,000 claimer or less in one of their last 3 starts. The purse is $7,400. The 1 is 1 to 2, top choice with the wagering public so far. That's Meadow Branch Noble, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. The 2 is The Magic of Life, owned by Robbie Robinson, who also drives and trains. The 3 is Amigo Mio, who is owned by Wade and Philippe Toussignan, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. The 4 is Mask of Zorro, owned by trainer Benoit Ibert with Eric Lafleur. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. The 5 is Cleveland Manika, who is owned by Gestion Michel Carrier Incorporated and Jean Carrier Incorporated, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 6 is Check the Magic, owned by Julie Ferguson with Lloyd Stone, trained and driven by Ted McDonald. The 7 is Wish You'd Tell Me, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt with Jimmy Gagnon in the bike. And completing the field from post 8 is 7 Iron, owned by Stacy Smith Robinson, trained by Brian Scott with Robert Shepard driving. Post time coming up shortly here for the race 8. Pick 4. This is the last pick 4 of the night. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Continued favoritism, 3 to 5 odds in the win pool for the 1 Meadow Branch Noble, for the winning connections of Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon having a good night. No changes this race. Looks like a minor equipment adjustment happening on your screen right now on the 1 Meadow Branch Noble. He's now on his way. Meadow Branch Noble is making his Rideau debut for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. This is his lowest classification ever. He was a beaten 8-5 favorite who got stretched out making front from an outside post at Woodbine Mohawk Park in the opening quarter, March 8th. And then he broke on the lead when challenged in the stretch. He had a different driver that was an International Women's Day race. Jessica Turenne was driving. Guy Gagnon's added experience could be the deciding factor here for the favorite Meadow Branch Noble as he gets the class drop as well from the inside post. Seven to 2 odds on the Mask of Zorro. He held off Amigo Mio easily in their March 16th Rideau qualifier. He inherited the early lead though because Illusioniste Gale broke leaving and Mask of Zorro coasted after that. He's an option here at 7-2. The Trotters are going to be lining up very shortly here. Your last chance to play the final pick 4 of the card. Also, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. Don't get shut out in race 8. Good luck. The starter has called the Trotters for race 8. From the inside out, they're the 1, Meadow Branch Noble, the 2, The Magic of Life, 3, Amigo Mio, 4, Mask of Zorro, 5, Cleveland Monica, 6, Check the Magic, 7, Wish You'd Tell Me, and 8, 7 Iron. They're coming into position gradually with Mask of Zorro and Check the Magic and 7 Iron already there as the others gather and they head into the turn. Eight Trotters in line. And they're off. On the outside, Wish You'd Tell Me, leaving well. To his inside, Mask of Zorro with an aggressive start. To his inside, Amigo Mio, matching strides with Meadow Branch Noble. A contested early move for Mask of Zorro because Meadow Branch Noble is fighting back, stretching him out as he inches to the lead for Berube. That's Mask of Zorro now having cleared, but 1-9 shot. Meadow Branch Noble isn't having it. He's out, doesn't want the pocket, and he's up to challenge Mask of Zorro. They're contesting that up front, going by the opening quarter in 28-1. Sitting third, Amigo Mio. Fourth is The Magic of Life, and following that one from fifth is Wish You'd Tell Me. Back behind that one, Cleveland Monica, and the two trailers are Check the Magic and 7 Iron yet to move. Up front, Meadow Branch Noble leads by about 2. He's there ahead of early lever Mask of Zorro. Still inside in third is Amigo Mio. Here comes The Magic of Life at long odds, advancing into third, and he's towing the 7 into it. Wish You'd Tell Me is out there, moving second over in fifth. Gaining ground on the inside into sixth is Check the Magic. 7 Iron chasing him, and dropping back there was Cleveland Monica. Meadow Branch Noble led to the half in 58-2, a 30-1 breather. He's being tested now by The Magic of Life with the plugs pulled to his outside. They went by 3/4 in 128 flat. Coming on, Wish You'd Tell Me is third, dropping back on the inside. Mask of Zorro has packed it in. Here comes 7 Iron. He's fourth and moving on the outside, but he might have too much ground to make up. That's Meadow Branch Noble leading the way. Meadow Branch Noble and Guy Gagnon getting chased home by The Magic of Life, and then closing well for show, Amigo Mio ahead of Wish You'd Tell Me. 157-2, Meadow Branch Noble. Unofficial results are now posted. The 1 to 9 top choice, Meadow Branch Noble, has his first win of the 2024 season in his Rideau debut for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. Second at 23 to 1, The Magic of Life, as advertised by Robbie Robinson on the pregame show. A very good place finisher, just ahead of Amigo Mio, offering more value at 10 to 1 to round out that triactor. Now approaching the Rideau Carleton winner's enclosure is the 1, Meadow Branch Noble. He's a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Explosive Matter out of When Mars Memo. He's a winner tonight in 157 and 2 for owner Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's Meadow Branch Noble's first win in 7 starts this year. Welcome to Rideau Carleton. Results are now official for race 8. The 1, Meadow Branch Noble, returns 210 across the board. The 2, The Magic of Life, at 23 to 1, got up for place, making the $2 exactor, 1-2 combination, $13.30. The $1 triactor, 1-2-3, as easy as 1-2-3, $26.50. And the $1 superfecta, $293.55, with the addition of Wish You'd Tell Me in 4th. And the race 8 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, Meadow Branch Noble, the race winner in 157 and 2. The 2, The Magic of Life, was second. The 3, Amigo Mio, finished third. The 4, Mask of Zorro, finished 7th. The 5, Cleveland Monica, was 8th. The 6, Check the Magic, was 5th. The 7, Wish You'd Tell Me, finished 4th. And the 8, 7 Iron, finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 5, 4, 6. The fractions were 28 and 1, 58 and 2, 128, and 157 and 2 for the mile, won by Meadow Branch Noble. Race 9 is coming up next for a purse of $10,000. That's the preferred handicap pace, the feature. 6 horses strong with 3-time Rideau Carleton Horse of the Year, the Lightspeed in the outside post, and PL Aussie, who devastated in a March 16th Rideau qualifier, going away by over 16 lengths in 154 and 2. He is just inside the Lightspeed, making for a very good rivalry here. 3 minutes to post time for race 9. I'm putting the Lightspeed on top. He loves this track, and if there was ever a horse for a course, it's the Lightspeed at Rideau Carleton. 17 wins in 32 starts last year, and a mark here of 150 and 4. In the downtime after the end of the 2023 Rideau meet, the Lightspeed was a winner at Woodbine Mohawk Park as well. PL Aussie, he's racing for Mandy Archer with Robert Shepard driving, and he could be a strong threat here after a front-end going-away win in that March 16th qualifier. Note that in race 9, track handicapper Glenn Pearson is taking the opposite point of view. He's putting the 5, PL Aussie, on top with the Lightspeed for second, and we both agree that Shotgun Jerry is a contender for show, possibly better, but the top 2 are likely the outside 2 here in this 6-horse field, PL Aussie and the Lightspeed. Who do you like? Post parade coming up very soon. As we wait for the race 9 post parade to come on track, take note that there is a pick 3, the last of the night, that begins this race. And race 11 has 2 changes to consider in the last leg of that pick 3. The 7, Beauty is Blind, is a judge's scratch in the last race. And also there is a driver change on the 6, the Colt, going from Gord Lay to Ryan Guy. That's in race 11, the last leg of the pick 3 that begins here in the feature, race 9. And the race 9 post parade is coming out. This is the preferred handicap pace with draws for posts 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4 together, and 5 and 6 together. The purse, $10,000. The 1 is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 2 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, with Stéphane Brosseau in the bike. The 3 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. The 4 is Thrilling Times, owned by Gilles Plourde with Karen Kroger, trained by Karen Kroger and driven by Jason Gilchrist. The 5 is the current 1-2 favorite. That's PL Aussie, racing for owner Jody Sanderson, Michael McKenna, and Darren Smith. Mandy Archer trains, Rob Shepard drives. And the 6 is the Lightspeed, who's owned by Michel Nolette, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. No changes, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. There's also a pick 3 that begins here. And it's a quality field in the first preferred handicap pace of the 2024 meet here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Strong favoritism for PL Aussie, coming in off that strong front-end win in the March 16th qualifier. 154 and 2 over a track that was rated good with a 1-second variant. It's actually fast out there tonight, and this could be a very fast mile. The Lightspeed is sure to give him a strong challenge. He's a good overlay, I think, at 2-1 right now. He's also coming in from a winning qualifier on March 9th on a track that was 1 second off. Good. I think he beat a tougher group in his qualifier than PL Aussie did. From off the pace as well, instead of on the front end. Closers have been having a good night. Some favorites have had a good night, like Meadow Branch Noble. I'm not sure about PL Aussie, but the public is very confident here at 1-2 odds. Going behind the gate shortly for race 9, our feature on opening night. Good luck with all your wagers. Thanks to everyone supporting the card tonight, playing online or here at the track. The starter has called the top class. Race 9 Pacers. From the inside out, they're the 1, Shotgun Jerry. 2, Monty's Gone Marble. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird. 4, Thrilling Times. 5, PL Aussie, the 3 to 5 favorite. And on the outside is the 6, The Light Speed. Last chance to play the last pick 3. They're on the turn and ready for the start of the preferred handicap, the first of the 2024 Rideau Carleton meet. And they're off, and a big move on the outside. That's PL Aussie surging early, an early battle brewing on the inside, though, with Shotgun Jerry shooting to the lead just ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, who'd love to be there. Parked first over, but advancing. That's PL Aussie moving into second on the outside, and back in fourth, biding his time, the Light Speed. Behind that one is Monty's Gone Marble, and trailing this tight field is Thrilling Times. They reach the opening quarter in 28 flat with PL Aussie and Rob Shepard up front, leading by about a length and a quarter over Shotgun Jerry. Then it's back to Love My Rockin' Bird. No move yet from the Light Speed in fourth. Then in fifth, they're followed by Monty's Gone Marble, and looking interested but thinking better, Thrilling Times. Nope, there he goes, Thrilling Times. Advancing first over from last as they head to the half. 57-4, 1 to 5. PL Aussie doing it well on the front end. Shotgun Jerry looming the threat from the pocket. Back on the outside now and surging into third. That's the Light Speed first over and gaining. Shuffled back fourth on the inside. Love My Rockin' Bird. And here comes Thrilling Time second over and looking a possible threat from fourth. Trailing Monty's Gone Marble. The 57-4 half was reached by PL Aussie, and now he's reached the three quarters in 125-4. He's holding off the Light Speed so far. Shotgun Jerry might have something to say coming down the stretch as it looms ahead, and PL Aussie is getting tested. PL Aussie on the front end, on the outside. Here comes the Light Speed on the inside. Shotgun Jerry is third. It's a battle to the wire and a close one. It looks like the Light Speed getting there ahead of PL Aussie and Shotgun Jerry in 154-2. Unofficial results are now posted. 2-1 overlay. The Light Speed edges out a game. PL Aussie. Shotgun Jerry third at 19-1, and Love My Rockin' Bird completes the superfecta. 154-2. The Light Speed does it again. It's a perfectly timed homecoming for the Lightspeed, a 3-time Rideau Carleton Horse of the Year. He is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Moonbeam out of Jema. Guy Gagnon trains and drives for owner-breeder Michel Nolette of Princeville, Quebec. The Lightspeed does it again in the top class, 154 and 2. That's the 47th lifetime win of 111 lifetime starts for the Lightspeed. Official results now posted for race 9. The Lightspeed returns a generous $6.20 to win. PL Aussie, second. The 5 as beaten favorite. The 1, Shotgun Jerry, the show finisher. 20-cent pick 4 posted, just $7.04 for that 20-cent ticket. But a nice $1 pick 5 of over $153 there, despite some strong betting choices doing well tonight. $2 exactor returns $12.20. The race 9 rundown is now posted. The 1, Shotgun Jerry, finished 3rd. The 2, Monty's Gone Marble, finished 6th. The 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, was 4th. The 4, Thrilling Times, finished 5th. The 5, PL Aussie, was 2nd. And the 6, the Lightspeed, was the winner of the top class tonight. The fractions were 28 flat to the opening quarter, 57 and 4 to the half, 125 and 4 to 3/4, 154 and 2 final time for the Lightspeed. Race 10 is coming up. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta wagering, and the late daily double. Take note for the late double. There are no changes in race 10, but in race 11, Beauty is Blind, the 7 is a judge's scratch, and the 6 has a driver change from Gord Lay to Ryan Guy. That's in race 11. As we await the race 10 post parade, the top 3 selections for race 10 from Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson are on your screen. He likes Make It Come True, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Obviously a logical selection after what we witnessed with the Lightspeed in race 9. And for second, he's going with Irresistible from the Mandy Archer stable. And in the show spot, Real Rubies at Play from the rail, who I like on top this race. He's 11-1 right now, but Real Rubies at Play and Jason Gilchrist won their most recent start at a similar classification from an inside post here back on November 5th of last year. And they missed by a neck in a gutsy March 9th qualifier at this track, in spite of a gutsy first over battle against Monty's Gone Marble. That's how I see it. 1682. Glenn likes 621. The Pacers will be on the track soon for the post parade for race 10. Race 10 Pacers are coming on the track, non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5, with allowances. Horses that raced in a $12,000 claimer or less in one of the last 3 starts are also in this field, racing for a purse of $6,800. The 1 is Real Rubies at Play, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist. The 2 is Irresistible, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. On the inside, the 3 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation based in Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 4 is Saskabush Steve, owned by Alain Martin, who also trains. Stéphane Brosseau drives. The 5 is The Dog in the Fight, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon and Gestion Louis Latulippe, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Ryan Guy. The 6 is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Stéphane Gagnon, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Guy Gagnon. The 7 is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained by Brian Scott, who also drives. The 8 is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. And rounding out the field from the trailing post is the 9, Probert's Legacy, owned by Desjardins Moreau Stable with Marc-André Simoneau, who also trains. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. No changes. Exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering, also the start of the late double. Current favorite is the 2, Irresistible, who qualified well, winning going away with Guy Gagnon in the sulky on March 16th. Guy Gagnon drives his own Make It Come True, the 6 here. So it's Rob Shepard, a lateral move as far as another driver goes. In the sulky for Irresistible, sitting at 8-5 right now. Make It Come True also getting some attention. He's 2-1 from post 6. And this one racing again for Guy Gagnon, who owns, trains, and drives. My only consideration with Irresistible is that he is racing above the level of his 7/20/23 wins at this track, so it's a bit of a class jump for him. He draws well, and it's been a good night for the Mandy Archer stable, so Irresistible taking a lot of attention, and deservedly so after a strong qualifier on March 16th. Going behind the gate quite soon here. Don't get shut out in race 10. Thanks to everyone on the West Coast who's been playing along in California and beyond, and the loyal Horse Player Interactive HPI Bet players who are joining us tonight on Rideau Carleton Opening Night 2024. The starter has called the horses for race 10. From the inside out, they're the 1, Real Ruby's at Play, the 2, Irresistible, 3, I'm a Dude, 4, Saskabush Steve, 5, The Dog in the Fight, 6, Make It Come True, 7, Well Worth the Wait, 8, Get Your License Liam, and the trailer 9 is Probert's Legacy. Gapping early, Real Ruby's at Play and Probert's Legacy still catching up as the field rounds the turn towards the start of race 10. They're off and moving early from the outside. Make It Come True is launched by Gagnon. Following him, Saskabush Steve eases into second on the inside. He's followed by I'm a Dude. Behind that one is the favorite, Irresistible. And Saskabush Steve is following Make It Come True as the even money choice reaches the opening quarter for Gagnon in 28-1. Make It Come True, keeping ahead of Saskabush Steve handily. I'm a Dude, single file third, followed by the Dog in the Fight. Back behind that one is Irresistible, the favorite. He's followed by Real Ruby's at Play, getting caught outside second over. And they're rounding now towards the half as Make It Come True has it easy on the front end so far. No one coming to him. Saskabush Steve, the known closer, sitting second, 58-4. A 30-3 breather for Make It Come True, but he's got action coming on his outside as I'm a Dude advances into second from first over. That shuffles Saskabush Steve back on the inside into third. Coming on now, moving up into fourth is the Dog in the Fight. Up front by a widening margin, it's a 3-length lead for Make It Come True. Saskabush Steve has fought back. Oh, a break on the turn, some interference. The Dog in the Fight has jumped it off, scattering horses behind him. Up front and untroubled at 3/4, reached in 1:27 flat. Make It Come True is making his dream come true on the lead. Following him, I'm a Dude is trying to eat into that lead, but unsuccessfully. It's a going away win for Make It Come True, who gets there ahead of Saskabush Steve and Irresistible up for show in 1:56-1. Unofficial results for race 10 are now posted with the 6, Make It Come True. The unofficial even money winner for Guy Gagnon over Saskabush Steve, who was second from post 4. Irresistible, the 2, finished third, just ahead of fourth place 3, I'm a Dude. In a 156 win, first win in 5 starts this year, or 5 previous starts this year, for Make It Come True. Make It Come True is owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated and Stephanie Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. He's a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Captain Treacherous out of Dream of Treasure. His first parimutuel win this year. And a successful front-end trip for Make It Come True. Congratulations. Race 10 results are now official. The 6, Make It Come True, returns $4.30 to win. Paired up with the 4, Saskabush Steve in the $2 exactor, 6-4 combination, $35.60. The $1 triactor, 642, returns $81.35. A generous $1 superfecta, $284.30. The race 10 rundown is now posted. The 1, Real Rubies at Play, finished 5th. The 2, Irresistible, finished 3rd. The 3, I'm a Dude, was 4th. The 4, Saskabush Steve, was the place finisher. The 5, The Dog in the Fight, broke on the last turn, finishing 8th, placed 9th. The 6, Make It Come True, your race 10 winner. The 7, Well Worth the Wait, finished 7th. The 8, Get Your License Liam, was 6th. And the 9, Probert's Legacy, was 9th, placed 8th. From the top down, your program should read 5-3-4-2, 8th place 9th, 1-7-6, 9 placed 8th. The fractions were 28-1, 58-4, 127 flat, and 156-1. Final race of the night coming up, race 11. There's a high 5 featured that race, as well as exactor and triactor wagering. 2 changes. The 7, Beauty is Blind, was a judge's scratch. No also eligible, draws in. And the 6, the Colt, changed the driver from Gordon Lay to Ryan Guy. Those are the only changes for race 11. As we wait for the post parade to come out, we're taking a look at my race 11 selections, and myself and Glenn Pearson both agree that Sonny Bow has a strong chance here from post 4. We're putting him on top here in the last race of the night. Also, flash to the finish for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer from post 2. The current 6-5 favorite is a must-use. And from post 7, that's a scratch. Both of us had Beauty is Blind in our tickets, but unfortunately a scratch tonight. My 4th choice, moving him up, is Always Your Way, who picks up Jimmy Gagnon, who was aboard for his last 2 wins at this track at a similar level. And Always Your Way, the 3, has only missed the Rideau Superfecta once in 10 races when Jimmy Gagnon was driving. He's had a bit of a slow start to the 2023 season, but at 9-1, he could add some value to some tickets here. Sonny Bow sits at 3-1 right now. He actually hasn't raced or qualified since his front end win in the second fastest of 5 Rideau qualifiers. He won his second start for Stefan Pulio in gate-to-wire style here last July after a class drop, and he's got more class relief today. Sonny Bow, currently 3-1 from post 4. Another horse to consider here, recommended by driver Robbie Robinson in the pregame show, is the 9 EL Wild Sport. He had sat behind this one for the qualifier on March 16th, finishing third behind Jaden's Magic Steel and closing in a quick 28-3. Late speed has been a factor in a lot of races tonight, and EL Wild Sport from post 9 could be a wild card here. And that's the call to post, the post parade for race 11, the traditional Robbie D'Alessandro pace for horses that raced in an $8,500 claimer or less in one of their last 3 starts. Purse is $5,200. And here comes the last post parade of the evening, led by the 1 Late Night Dealer, owned by Gerard Vaillancourt, who also trains, and Robert Shepard drives. To his inside is the 2 Flash to the Finish, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer and driven by Guy Gagnon. The 3 is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. The 4 is Sunny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 5 is Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. The 6 is the Colt, owned by Don Lay and Gord Lay, trained by Gord Lay. And note the driver change from Gord Lay to Ryan Guy. That's catch driver Ryan Guy picking up the drive on the 6, the Colt. The 7 is Scratched. The 8 is Rockin' My Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stéphane Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. And the 9 looking very sharp indeed out there is EL Wild Sport, owned by William Gibson, trained by Brian Gibson, driven by Robbie Robinson. That's your field for race 11. The Robbie D'Alessandro pace, following the tradition established by Rideau Carleton race caller John McMillan. Take note here, exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. Post time approaching quickly. Last chance to get involved tonight. The opening card of the 2024 Rideau Carleton meet. Thanks for playing along. Last race of the night here, and the favorite continues to be the 2, currently 8-5. That's Flash to the Finish for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, a strong combination tonight. Flash to the Finish has had 12 starts this year already and is coming in from Flamborough, so maybe the longer stretch and the different dimensions of the 5/8 mile track will appeal to him. That's the 2, Flash to the Finish, getting strong support so far. This is your last chance to wager. The starter has called the pacers for race 11, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. From the inside out, they're the 1, Late Night Dealer. The 2, the free-legged Flash to the Finish. 3, Always Your Way. 4, Sunny Bow. 5, Rock and Roll Nation. 6, The Colt. 7 is Scratched. 8 is Rockin' My Dream. And the 9 is EL Wild Sport from the trailing post. Final chance to wager on the final race of the opening card. They're on the turn and headed for the start of race 11. And they're off and pushing through from the center of the pack, always your way. To his outside is Sunny Bow, sticking ahead in front early. Shuffled back on the inside is Flash to the finish. As an advancing, the Colt soars up second over into third. Sunny Bow leads by 2. Always Your Way is in the pocket and giving the Colt the cold shoulder, forcing him to back down into third as they head around the turn, reaching the quarter in 28-2, led by Sunny Bow. Sunny Bow just ahead of Always Your Way. The Colt looks live from third and should step out again to come first over. He hasn't yet, but we're waiting. Back in fourth, that's Flash to the finish. To his outside now, here comes a move from Rock and Roll Nation, and there goes the Colt, flushed out from third to advance first over as they near the half, led by Sunny Bow, 58-2, a 30-second even second quarter for Sunny Bow, who's now getting a test from the Colt. Ryan Guy sending that one up alongside. Following from third is Always Your Way at long odds. Gapping back in fourth is Rock and Roll Nation. Following that one, Flash to the finish. At the back, Late Night Dealer is not involved at this point, nor is EL Wild Sport. The Colt is reaching ahead of Sunny Bow, 126-2 at 3/4. Always Your Way looms dangerous second over from third. Sunny Bow is battling back on the inside. He's second right now. The stretch looms ahead for the Colt. Sunny Bow is not giving in easy. Sunny Bow is fighting back gamely against the Colt. The Colt is not giving in. Here comes Always Your Way. It's a battle to the wire, and it's a tight one between Sunny Bow, the Colt, and then up for show, Always Your Way, 156-2. In a tight decision at the wire, 6, the Colt prevails for Ryan Guy over 4, Sunny Bow, a game second. Third, at 19-1, Always Your Way, just ahead of Rock and Roll Nation, fourth, and rounding out the high five, Rockin' My Dream, fifth. Results are still unofficial. Now coming to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle for catch driver, Flyin' Ryan Guy. That is the race 11 unofficial winner, the Colt, at odds of 7-1. He's owned by Don and Gordon Lay of Amherst View and Odessa, Ontario. trained by Gordon Lay. And a winning catch drive for Ryan Guy in this 156 and 2 mile. The colt is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Dudes the Man out of Silky's Lady. And that's his first win of the 2024 season. Congratulations to the colt and his connections. Race 11 results are now official. Number 6, the Colt, returns $16.40 to win. In a photo finish over the 4, Sunny Bow. The 20-cent late pick 4 of 4, returns $49.41. The 20-cent super high 5 here returns $2,712 and change. $2 exactor, 6-4, returns $89.20. And the Race 11 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, Late Night Dealer, finished 6th. The 2, Flash to the Finish, made a break and finished 8th. The 3, Always Your Way, was 3rd. The 4, Sunny Bow, A tight second, the 5, Rock and Roll Nation. Fourth, the 6, the Colt, the race winner. 7 was scratched. 8 finished 5th. That's Rockin' My Dream. And the 9, EL Wild Sport, finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 683-241, scratched 5-7. The fractions were 28 and 2, 58 and 2, 26 and 2, and a final time of 156 and 2 for the Colt. Thanks to everyone who joined us on a historic opening night here at Rideau Carleton Raceway in the nation's capital. Live racing resumes on Sunday, March 31st, 6:30 p.m. post time. Thanks to all who played along, and I wish you a good night. Melissa Keith, track announcer.